Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently Friday, kicking off the end of the week. We have 9 minutes to the open. Right now, across the board, you have yields down across the board. The 2-year is slightly positive. You have gold up on the session, silver slightly, actually it's flat. Gold and silver kind of flat. You have the dollar slightly negative. You have the VIX down. You have the Russell, the SPY, and the Qs all up on the session just slightly. NVIDIA's up 2.45% again. And we're seeing Microsoft up 0.77. So those two stocks alone are lifting things, doing the heavy lifting across the semiconductor and cloud-based components. Apple slightly green. You have AMD slightly green. SMCI down by about 3%. Tesla still weak, down by 0.65%. AVGO strong. Bitcoin slightly negative. Coinbase slightly down. NatGas down another 4.25% on the session. You have Google slightly positive, Amazon slightly positive, and Meta up 0.75%. Oil's negative today, so that's also going to be helpful for the overall stock market to keep trending higher. Basically, you have all of the headwinds that would push the market down are in favor for this market to keep going higher. So right now we are gapping up. Obviously, things have had a pretty extensive gap up after yesterday's NVIDIA earnings and the strength in the semiconductors. But what I'm watching for today to see if NVIDIA basically closes above this $800 level. I think that's going to be a big sentiment gauge to see how, if these semis can really hold up into next week. NVIDIA is coming up into some resistance. There will be some day trading short scalps that I'm looking at. I like basically above this 806 area as a short trade. So be ready. I may execute a short on NVIDIA as we're approaching that pre-market high. So keep that on watch. I am interested in a short. I am interested in maybe shorting the Qs as well. And we're just going to take it slow. It is a Friday, and we'll see how things progress here. Right now, the Qs are into a new all-time high. They are piercing and breaking a new all-time high. SPY also made a magnificent all-time high rally yesterday. Nat gas appears to be trying to put in a little bit of a reversal. Still weak on the session, down about 4%. So we're going to watch that closely. Yeah, I know. I was super busy managing my own positions that I decided not to do because there was so much action. I had to really concentrate, and then that's where my membership comes in handy because I still issue alerts there. Guys, I'm gonna grab some NVIDIA shares here short 804.20, 804.20, 804.2. Just a starter position. It's a 1/4 position short NVIDIA. 804.20. You can see it's pushing right back up. Basically, next ad levels after that is going to be 807, which is tagged right there. 807, 809. So I did get filled at that 807 range. Sitting with 805.77. Next two ad levels are 807 and 810.4. We are pushing straight through that zone. Again, these are just day trades, guys. These are just day trades. Market will be opening in about 5 minutes. So NVIDIA is squeezing higher here. AMD just turned negative. SMCI down 4.2. Tesla down 1.1. So the semiconductors have weakened across the board, despite NVIDIA still trading up here. Almost to probably a short squeeze, short covering occurring. Definitely appears to be that.
Sharky. Starbucks ripping again. Apple got a big pop. Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, get ready here for the open. We are open and live. We're seeing NVIDIA come down. We are obviously short NVIDIA. We are short NVIDIA here. 805.77. QQQ appears to be slightly weak. All right, guys, NVIDIA is starting to come in just a little bit. Seeing some profit taking, so we're up on that for now. It's still early on. It's still very, very early on.
Make sure you're keeping your eyes on Disney, Google, and Adobe.
Big push coming into the Qs again. Meta new high. Amazon charging. Tesla's catching a bid now. SPY still charging for new highs. The Russell's coming in. Guys, I'm going to short the Russell. IWM 199.27 short. 199.27 short. 199.27. Starter position. So we're short NVIDIA, short the Russell, both. All right, I just added to my NVIDIA position there at 809.45. Oh, it hit double entry there, 810 as well, so it brought our average up significantly to this 808.87 zone. 808.87. So we have a full position short in NVIDIA. Its gap fill sits all the way down here. Definitely a short covering squeeze here in NVIDIA. Dollar falling, Q's still pushing. Qs are still ripping to the high side here. Qs are ripping. NVIDIA is still charging. It's now up 3.5%. NVIDIA is lifting the whole market again. We're seeing Amazon starting to weaken just a tad. Still a big squeeze continuing. Russell's slightly negative on the session. The Russell did just turn negative. Alright guys, I added one more time up here at 817.60 to NVIDIA. 817.60. Oops.
So it's a little aggressive. Also, I got a question regarding that. So I
1392.
Like 1 second, I know it's but 1 second it's 175. Well, it is 175 both the times, but
huge push on NVIDIA continuing. Qs are still surging. SPY's trying to push up. Apple's seeing a little bit of distribution. Google's pushing. Nat gas is still weak on the session. Seeing Palo Alto weak, slightly weak on the session. AMD is starting to come in. Big divergence between AMD, NVIDIA. Everyone seems to be piling into NVIDIA. Qs are still at the highs. Some weakness in the consumer discretionary ETF, so Amazon, Tesla, are kind of lagging this market just a bit. Just 1 second, guys. Sorry guys, I'm back here on the mic. So we just saw a little bit of a sell-off in NVIDIA. I think it's pretty important to identify that SMCI is actually being hit fairly hard here on this daily session. You can see that it's actually diverging, you know, considering 389.
You understand now you're getting an idea of how it works. So that's the key. That's the biggest key, just to get an idea of how it works.
Yeah, I'm holding Google.
AMD is weakening quite substantially here. Even take a look at AMD. It just went negative. So a lot of semis are seeing distribution. Really, the only one that's hanging on, or actually not hanging on, the only one that's ripping still is NVIDIA. So that's certainly interesting. I do think that if the broad semiconductor market is weak, you're likely going to see some sympathy in NVIDIA. You have SMCI down 7.3, AMD just went negative 0.82, Apple turned negative, Russell's negative, semiconductor SOX ETF is bouncing.
Watch Apple trying to get back under 184. Below 184.
Adobe squeeze you over 270. Scaling more Adobe at 85%, 95% here, 105% at the bag.
At the bag.
Adobe.
What kind of bag? Like a. How are you at 105%? I'm only at 50.
It's a market bag. I took the 555 about 10 minutes before you got in.
Got it. Well done.
Thank you, sir. That was one of our listeners shouted out the Adobe squeeze pre-market.
So again, NVIDIA is still holding up. You have the semiconductors. We're long the spare ETF at 389 as a day trade. Still short NVIDIA, still short the Russell. Russell, we're in the money nicely. NVIDIA is just slightly out of the money on the trade. Semiconductor SOX ETF is starting to uptick nicely a little bit here. AMD is still getting hit pretty hard on the downside.
Three names I said this morning. Disney, Jordan mentioned downside gap. It is squeezing to the downside. Google squeeze to the upside, Adobe squeeze to the upside.
Apple's coming in, Microsoft's coming in, Google's still strong. Meta's still near the highs of the session. Big drop in the SMCI and AMD components. Let's see if it starts to translate into weakness in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still holding up okay. NVIDIA is still holding up relatively strong. Qs are maybe seeing a little bit of minor distribution. Let's take a look at the QQQ chart. Whoops. Qs are now slowly starting to come in. Really, your first support is going to be at this 439 zone. Alright, so nice decline coming in here, pulling off of the highs. We have that SOX ETF still holding up. Actually, small caps have firmed up off of this QQQ pullback. Now you have NVIDIA starting to weaken just ever so slightly. Still up quite substantially on the session. It's outperforming everything, but its counterparties, AMD down 1%, SMCI down 9%, Apple negative. The semiconductor bear ETF is about to go positive. You hit this gap fill, it turns positive. So potentially putting in a little bit of a local bottom here on the SOX ETF. But we really need to see NVIDIA weaken. It's still trading at all-time highs. SPY's coming in. IWM, we're in the money. Hey Mike, morning. I rolled the 150 AMD put till the end of next week, just when I thought the markets were getting reality check. NVIDIA earnings made everyone. Yeah, NVIDIA kind of saved the market, right? But you know, the markets again will stay irrational for longer than people can stay solvent. I still think NVIDIA will see a big correction. Obviously, the fact that NVIDIA had a 3-day sell-off into earnings, tagging the 20 daily moving average, it's almost like it was guaranteed to bounce, which is why we took calls on NVIDIA, calls on SMCI, so we hedged our positions. So, I mean, you have to expect the way the momentum is in the market, you know, when NVIDIA has a 3-day pullback, you know, around 10% correction, it's very rare to see NVIDIA not catch a bounce off of this big correction. And look what we sold into, the 20 moving average. So that's one of the reasons why I took a calls on 700 calls. They were out of the money. They went deep in the money. We closed them for, I think it was just over 150%. I'd have to check my log yesterday. Bear ETF still trying to push up. We're still long. NVIDIA, we're still slightly out of the money. The Russell trade is working out nicely here. So the Russell is working out nicely. We're short at this 199.27. I could actually see the Russell coming and retesting this zone all the way down here again. We do have some support all the way at this 197.27 zone. Let's see where there's hourly chart support. Basically, you can see on the Russell, you still have this potential for a topping formation, a head and shoulders formation. This is the right shoulder that's forming. So the Russell does look like it's vulnerable, especially if you test this little neckline. So I'm watching that pattern develop and watching it very closely. NVIDIA is still a monster, trying to push up. Nat gas is interesting at these levels again for a Boyle trade. I am eyeing up Boyle. Guys, I just went long Boyle 1508 long Boyle. That's a levered play on nat gas. We are long Boyle still. So I'll pull up that chart. Just went long Boyle at 1508. Right there. So we're playing nat gas now on the long side via this levered ETF. Our first little resistance zone. Let's take a quick peek. It's going to be right there. Just going to put that first little resistance, second resistance. It's up here. Third resistance if you're daring enough to hold. Going to be into that EMA 113. So we're in a fair-sized position again. Makes sense. Thanks. And congrats. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. But yeah, it makes, so again, just to summarize things, we're short the Russell, IWM at 199.27, short NVIDIA here at 813.92, and we're long Boyle. And then we also have a SOXS long position, which is performing quite well at the moment in this little trading session. Again, we've seen weakness in AMD down 1.3%, weakness in SMCI down about 7.9%. And AMD. So it's interesting to still see NVIDIA holding up despite its counterparties. Unless some capital is just rotating out of AMD, SMCI back into NVIDIA, that certainly could be happening. Bear ETF's trying to flip green here. It is trying ever so slightly. Meta's starting to see some weakness. Let's see if it results in more weakness. SPY's pushing up. Qs are pushing up though. Boyle's acting well. Semiconductor's still pushing. Take a look at our Boyle trade as well, guys. Again, we telegraphed that one. That one's moving up nicely. We're already up about 0.7. I'm looking for a move into this 1539 pivot. Looking for a move into that zone. Big bounce in the Russell, big bounce in the S&P, big bounce in the Qs. Now what's interesting is I'm seeing the Qs bounce, the SPY bounce back to the highs, but semiconductors are still selling off. You know, NVIDIA is still weakening here. AMD still coming in hot. AMD's now down 1.4%. SMCI is now down almost 10%. Tesla's down 1%. SOX Semiconductor Bear ETF is green. Big sell-off in AMD coming into play here, guys. Really big sell-off. First support on AMD, I mean, I have a buyable range all the way down to 175. Boyle's starting to get a nice bid again. Keep Boyle on watch. That one is starting to come in. NVIDIA still up 3.6, Microsoft up 0.7. But again, AMD now down 1.5. SMCI still selling, down 9.2. Guys, high risk lotto play. High risk lotto play on AMD. High risk lotto play. I'm going to take a 175 0 DTE put. 175 0 DTE put on AMD. Size for loss. This is kind of a Lotto Friday play. If this gets in the money, it's going to absolutely print. So 175 0 DTE put on AMD. We are seeing, look at our SOXS now come in. NVIDIA is now coming in pretty sharply here, guys. So this is beautiful. We've been able to give you some more alpha trades. We're in the money on Boyle. We're in the money on IWM. We're in the money on NVIDIA. And we're in the money on SOC. 785 there. I'm looking for NVIDIA to maybe go negative just based off of all of the other semis trading. AMD keeps falling here. Look at AMD go, guys. Wow. Look at this go. AMD is just falling pretty precipitously now, guys. So here we go. We are into all of our positions. We're in the money. Deep in the money on NVIDIA now. Deep in the money on the SOX. Slightly green on Boyle. In the money on IWM. Look at NVIDIA fall, guys. This is what dreams are made of. Beautiful, beautiful. If you've been able to catch this with us, I highly recommend you check out my tradingcapital.ca stream. Again, I do these streams free. I come on each and every day to provide alpha and trading opportunities. And we're banking. We're banking. I'm just going to pare back half of my position on NVIDIA. I just covered at 809.20, half of the position. 809.2. We covered half of the position. I'm going to remove some of these other trading lines. Covered half, and I'm still riding the other half. Still riding a full SOX position. Still riding an IWM put, IWM short, which are in the money. Still riding a Boyle long, so we're riding that gas. And then we have an AMD lotto play. We have a 175 0 DT put, which we're actually up nicely already. But I want more. I'm looking for more. So look at this move on the SOX, guys. You have SMCI now down 11. NVIDIA is still up 2.6. It looks like NVIDIA is going to go negative today. We are seeing the markets under a lot of pressure this morning. They're still green. SPY Qs are still green, but it looks like the markets may want to go negative from the semis. Still strength in NVIDIA, so it's propping things up. If NVIDIA loses pre-market high, which is this yellow dotted line, we move to pre-market low. You lose pre-market low, you go to gap fill. So there's kind of a 1-2, and then we'll see if we get the third step down. Nice little hourly topping tail forming, still very early in the session. We are seeing AMD still selling here. I do expect AMD to get a bounce at some point, but we'll see. Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, all seeing some weakness. Google still holding up relatively well. All right, NVIDIA is losing pre-market high at the moment. It is coming down here. It's testing pre-market high. Selling off pretty ferociously. It had that big squeeze up, looked like a short covering rally, and now longs are starting to dump, at least initially. AMD now down 2, SMCI down 10, Tesla down 1.5, SOX ETF up 1.62. Look at this fall on AMD, guys. This thing is just keeps on falling right now. NVIDIA is eating AMD's lunch at the moment, sitting at the EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. We took those 175 puts. We're almost halfway there. Almost halfway. That would be a magnificent 0 DTE play. That would be a monster 0 DTE play, guys. If we get in the money on AMD, that would be huge. Still waiting on Boyle to bounce. We had that initial positive reaction. NVIDIA is trying to stabilize here. Let's go to a shorter term time frame to see any sort of type of consolidation. Microsoft's coming in now. Semis are bouncing just ever so slightly. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen here. Even on all the volume gainers, high volume gainers, there's a lot of red on the screen. Really, it's NVIDIA and a few others that are holding up okay. NVIDIA is bouncing there. Palo Alto Pan W is seeing a nice little bounce. Q's almost went negative. Still holding a Russell short here, which I'm interested in taking some profits. We are into some support. Let's see on the 10-minute chart. We're below the EMAs. I'm going to ride the Russell down. Maybe it's prudent to put a break-even stop on, but I'm going to ride it down. NVIDIA catching another bounce. Boyle's now starting to move up again. So we are long that natural gas play, Boyle. We are still riding Boyle. It's still weak on the session. Next ad level on Boyle is really down here at 1487. And 1460-ish. Big bounce on NVIDIA. SPY's moving up. Dollar's trying to push up as well. Dollar's trying to push positive, so that's why small caps are reacting negatively here. NVIDIA, you can see NVIDIA charging right back up to the high side. Meta's pushing. Apple's still curling down. Looks like Microsoft's a little heavy here as well. Potentially also wants to push down. Big bounce on NVIDIA. Amazon's still into double top resistance. Hasn't broken through that resistance just yet. So we took some profits off of NVIDIA, which appeared to be a good call. Still riding the other half of the position. We have a Russell short that's still working out. We have an AMD put that's about halfway there to that 175 mark. Palo Alto is strong. I'm seeing Amazon starting to try to break out of this double top zone. All right, guys, Boyle's starting to make a nice pop here. Almost seems like Boyle and NVIDIA are trading inversely. Best performing index is the S&P 500. It's up 0.41. Russell's negative by 0.4, and the Qs are up, Qs are up, 0.23. So Qs are showing strength because of Microsoft being slightly green, NVIDIA being up, and Amazon. All sectors are green on the session except for energy, XLE, and XLY. So with XLY being negative, Amazon and Tesla will likely be under pressure. Amazon at the moment is holding firm.
My big account's up 2.5% this morning, so that one's done for the day.
I don't know, could be a fake out breakout of the 510 on slide, but I really like the 5-minute 90-28. They set up pre-market high break base, VWAP facing, but we have to maintain that 30 hold low, 509.11. Wow,
All right, here comes the next wave of selling, guys. Here comes the next wave of selling. Still holding an AMD put, NVIDIA short, SOXS long, which were up tremendously on the SOXS. We're up already 3.43%. And I think there's a shot that NVIDIA goes negative today. You know, it's still had a huge bearish daily RSI divergence. You've had a stellar move. What's the PE on NVIDIA these days? So NVIDIA PE at the moment is trading at 106.79. That's crazy expensive. I don't care what you say, but that's crazy expensive. Let's look at its price to sales ratio. 33.07. Not the highest it's been, but still very, very elevated compared to what the market's doing. So I still think that there's a scenario where NVIDIA can actually come down today, at least go negative based off of weakness in the whole entire semiconductor space. Tesla's going lower. Tesla's just can't get out of its own way. It almost seems like it's shaping up to be a failed breakout. Russell's still down. Take a look at this DXY pushing for the green side. It just went green. It just flipped green on the daily session. It's still down by 0.1%, but it is appearing to make a really big solid push to go green. And it'll be interesting to see if the dollar ends the day positive. You can see a rather large inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart forming on this DXY chart. So everybody pay close attention to this neckline. The dollar breaks out of this little neckline zone, and it could have a really big move. You're shaping up for a beautiful symmetrical inverse head and shoulders move on the DXY. Let's look back at our SOXS. That one's still pushing up. It would not surprise me if the XOSS tries to rally all the way, especially Thing of Beauty. Boyle, still slightly green on Boyle. That one's trying to push up. Still holding an NVIDIA, IWM, AMD put.
Closed out in the 180s. They're at now. They're only $10 higher last time. I sold them for 150.
NVIDIA making new lows here, or trying to actually break the pre-market high. So NVIDIA is starting to come down.
Did they assign you yet?
NVIDIA is only up 2.2% now. AMD's down 2.4, Tesla down 1.7, SMCI down 11.4. Huge decline in some of the semis.
I sold the 14s and bought the 12s. SCCI, is it a double bottom? That's tough.
Consumer staples are still doing relatively okay. Dow transports are doing well. See NVIDIA trying to bounce again. Look at the Russell 2000. The Russell dollar still surging, trying to go negative. Trying to go positive. Look at this S&P 500 here. S&P 500 still holding near the highs. Guys, I'm going to take a high-risk play on the S&P here. High-risk play. I'm going to take a 509 0 DTE put. 509 0 DTE put on the S&P 500. 509 0 DTE put. 509. So we have an AMD put, we have a SPY put, we have a Russell short, we have an NVIDIA short, still in the money, Russell in the money. We also have a Boyle long, so playing natural gas on the long side. Basically, Boyle we entered at 1508. We're basically just flat on that trade. But I really think NVIDIA is still the standout stock that we have to pay attention to. SMCI still down about 10% on the session. If NVIDIA goes negative today, that could be a big topping signal in the semiconductor leader. It would not only create a nasty daily topping tail. And don't be surprised if that happens. I am seeing a lot of weakness across the semiconductors. The broad market semiconductor space is weak today. It's just NVIDIA is keeping things slightly more elevated and buoyant. After 2 months, this AMD put is the first one. I'm in with you on. Let's go. Nice job. Again, Mike, this is just a 0 DTE play. It's a day trade, right? So just keep that in mind, right? High risk, high reward, high risk, high loss. So we are up on the trade at the moment. We took it around this 179. But again, we're going to need NVIDIA to really break down to push semis off of the cliff. I still like the fact that the SOX has gone positive. This bear ETF has gone slightly green on the tape, so that's a short-term positive. But remember, there's a lot of people that are having to have margin calls based off of this NVIDIA move and the NASDAQ pump yesterday. I don't doubt that there's a lot of margin calls, short covering that has to occur. And maybe that's what this was, this short covering rally here. That's probably what that was in NVIDIA. Now you're seeing some profit taking, but typically when a mega cap like this makes a big move and you have semis up 20-30%, certain stocks, you can be surprised. You can certainly start to move higher here. The dollar just had a big surge. It went positive there. Dollar did go positive. SPY still doesn't care, trying to move up. No, I bought a 175 put, Ram. I bought it. So I'm betting against it. I'm shorting it. So selling a put means you're bullish on it. Buying the put means you're bearish on it. Yeah, exactly, Mike. The people that are short, and it's really the people that are over levered, right? You have some people that'll put 50-60% of their portfolio in a short on NVIDIA. And then what happens is, especially if you're trading on margin, you'll get called to cover those shares, and you basically have to buy NVIDIA at these highs, which inherently pushes it higher. So that's the dangerous thing about shorting, right? Is technically speaking, the losses are unlimited. A stock, in theory, it's likely not to keep going up and up and up, but in theory, it can keep going up, 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 up. And that's what I mean. That's the dangers of, say, SMCI, where you have a short float. You have a stock that's, first of all, it's not the biggest market cap. I think it's only 80, 90 billion, maybe. Maybe it went up a little bit more with this huge blow off. But the amount of shares being traded has a very, very low float. So a large percentage of the float is controlled by certain group or individual. That's what caused it to squeeze. It's only the second time in history where a stock hit a 97 daily RSI. The other time was the GME short squeeze. All right, so let's just go back to some things here. We are seeing the indices trying to push up. Dollar is green on the session. NVIDIA is still at the highs of its session, showing in a little bit of distribution at these levels. We're still holding short at 813.92. We took profits on the first half around 809.20. So we banked just about $4 on the trade. I'm still holding an SOXS long from this 389 point. Still holding half the position short on NVIDIA. We're having AMD 175.0 DTE put, which we're up on the trade. Yeah, all the time. I'll still accumulate shorts in a short squeeze because I know my position management. So that's the big thing, right? Is you can survive a short squeeze. You can like, for instance, SMCI with my members. I was shorting SMCI, and I'll let you know my average was absolutely doo-doo. It was absolutely doo-doo. And basically, we added to our position almost near the highs around 1,076 right before this drop. And that brought up our average nicely. And then with this 2-day drop, we ended up making just about, 9 or 10% on the trade. And we ended up making money after we were down on the trade about 30% because of this mania squeeze. But the difference is we didn't have to cover our shares because we were within a proper allocation size. So, I mean, I get caught in short squeezes, but it's just about managing the position size and not being the person that gets your shares called away or having to cover, which pushes us higher. And that's why things get crazy, is because people just don't have risk management. They go in too heavy, they go in with too much size, and then that's when the market sniffs out that liquidity. The market can sniff out any type of person that's over leveraged, under leveraged. It has a weird tendency to do so. It's much smarter than all of us combined. So we just have to be the smartest position allocator that we can. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I know. It was horrific, right? Being down 30%, but we ended up making money on the trade just with a boom, huge 2-day pullback. And but it wasn't easy, right? Each day, every day, you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this thing keeps going up and up and up. And then at some point, reality kicks back in, right? I'm a firm believer. I base my strategy, a part of my strategy I base it on is mean reversion and statistical divergences. So a huge part of what I do is calculating standard deviations, mean reversions. And I'm a firm believer, for every reaction, there has to be an equal and opposite reaction. I'm a firm believer in those laws. Obviously, within reason, you have to take it with a grain of salt. But I do believe that if something has too big of a move too quickly, it will often see a snapback. That old rubber band theory. Hey, Takis, can you see Nat Gas 7 down today? Down what, 7% today? No, I don't see it down 7% today. I mean, anything could happen, but we're long Boyle. We just started taking a day trade on Boyle at these levels. So that should tell you that I'm probably bullish and trying to pick a low here. You know, looking at the daily chart of Nat Gas, let me pull it up since there's a couple questions here. So Nat Gas had that big 2-day move, which our members caught. We ended up selling our Boyle and our KOLD. Turned out to be a great thing. Now you've had a nice pullback, and you are looking like you're trying to hold this 4-hour 50 moving average. So this is where you had your impulse green candle, which broke through this key moving average, trended higher and higher off of a squeeze. Now all you've done is a big retest to that moving average, and you're holding. You also have an hourly chart moving average, which is the 200. So there's a lot of support here. I'd be surprised if we actually start going lower. You're still technically very, very oversold on the RSI. There is a scenario where you could make a double bottom or one final dip low, but the odds are that it should keep moving up. And remind you, we're just in a day trade off of this level. I'm still accumulating UNG. I'm still holding a core long position in Nat Gas. So I'm still remaining bullish. But at the moment, we're long at this 1508 level. And I'm looking for a move back up to about 1538 on Boyle. All right, let's quickly run through some of the other positions. AMD, bear flag. Looks like it wants to break lower here. Remember, we took a SPY put as well. We took a 5090 DTE put on the SPY. That one's starting to come in. NVIDIA is starting to weaken just a little bit. The Russell 2000 has moved back up against us. So that one we are out of the money at the moment. But that's totally okay. We're still holding a SOXS long, which is creating a nice little bull flag. Looks like it wants to go higher. NVIDIA losing pre-market high. Looks like it wants to test pre-market low all the way down to 794. I think the big psychological point, if we lose 800, NVIDIA is probably going to go negative today. It seems to be that 800 is a big psychological whole number. And we're probably going to be going down. What's interesting is the Qs are about to go negative, guys. Qs are about to go negative. One thing I'm also watching for today, since it's VIX Crush Friday, does the VIX somehow catch a bid on this Friday? Again, it has a huge statistical correlation of always closing negative on a Friday. It's about an 85% chance of closing negative. If we start breaking these correlations on Fridays, that's not a healthy sign for the market. Right now, it's still getting crushed because you have still strength in the market, strength in the SPY and Qs, but it is looking a little bit vulnerable. AMD is still trending lower. That SOX ETF pushing up some more. Come on, baby. Let's see how much we can squeeze out of this. NVIDIA is still selling off. Boyle catching a nice bid, guys. Here we go. So Boyle's catching a nice bid, guys. Anyone that's long with us, we're now starting to see it work out very, very well. We are starting to see it work out very, very well here. Nice job if you've been able to catch that with us. That's been stellar. Consumer staple stocks still very, very strong. Oil's weak. There goes Boyle again. Let's look at our SPY. SPY's still resilient up at this level. Honestly, this appears to be bullish consolidation, but it's almost like this is a distributive range. It's not really, it's appearing at first glance to be a bullish consolidation pattern, but this looks like a whole lot of distribution at this range. I would say that we're probably going to retest lower. That's just my best guess. I'm not liking the fact that, it looks like we got a lot of support with these bottom wicks, but I've seen this type of pattern where these bottom wicks ended up just being a distribution range where they consolidate, dip it down, push it back up, dip it down. This is a very, very peculiar range. I don't trust it at all. Now, I could be wrong. You could be putting in a W pattern, but I'm not trusting this pattern at all on the S&P. SMCI is getting a big bounce. A lot of big words you're going to look up. If you want me to explain a little bit more, Mike, just let me know. I don't even know the big word I was discussing. Sorry, man. All right, I know there's a couple other questions here. All right, RAM 11. So here it says buy AMD 175 put 223. Limit price 31. It says my max loss is only 31 and profit is more. So it means I'm only taking a bet of 31. We're also seeing Bitcoin starting to sell off here. Sorry, I'm not really looking at your options chain right now. It's hard to give you. I would certainly don't dabble in options unless you know exactly what you're doing. Do not dabble in options unless you know what you're doing. What's interesting is we're seeing the market's still pushing, but look at this DXY pump. It's trying to pump up here. It is positive on the session. Again, we have that little neckline that if it breaks out, we trigger a pretty bullish pattern. Apple's still seeing weakness. Microsoft's curling down or curling up, sorry. Tesla's trying to curl up as well. Boyle's still weak on the session. Seems like it's trying to liquidate a lot of people here. Takis, you're bullish? What are you bullish on? Meta's coming in hard now. NVIDIA, still seeing more selling in NVIDIA. Take a look at this NVIDIA position, guys. This is a thing of beauty. Again, if you're not a part of my Trading Capital Discord, definitely check it out, tradingcapital.ca. These live streams, we have been pretty accurate with some of our calls recently. If you have not been able to profit with us, even if you don't sign up for my membership, definitely please like and share my content. Still trying to have organic growth through my channel. And I'm on here every day for free. Well, not every day, but most days for free. Putting out alpha trades, giving you opportunities to make money and learn, answering questions. You're good, man. I've got them written down. Statistical divergence, standard deviation, and mean reversions. Yeah, that's spot on, Mike. Way to go. Writing those down, you're going to actually amplify your trading in a positive way. Those are some big words. NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA go, guys. Look at NVIDIA go. We're still riding our short down, half of our position down. We're already up nicely, $17 a share. Boom, boom, boom. Big gains coming for us, guys. Big gains. We also have our SOXS deep in the money. I mean deep in the money on this SOXS trade. Look at that move, up 4.22%. Let's check out our AMD put. That one still coming down. I still want that 175. Let's see if we get it. Still riding a Boyle position on the long side. So anyone that says I'm a bear, which I kind of am at the moment, we're bullish on nat gas. Look at this Boyle position trying to push up. Our SPY put, guys, our SPY put basically just went in the money. Actually, did it? I might have missed it by a few pennies. Just missed it. Our 509 0DT put missed it by about 1 penny. It's going to come down and retest. It should come down and retest, guys. So we're still holding. An AMD put, a SPY put, NVIDIA short, deep in the money. SOX long, SOXS long. Sorry, to answer your question there, Mike. Yeah, I've been, luckily I had some private tutoring for a couple years by a Queen's economics professor. So you can say, yes, I have been. No official degree. I actually stepped away to open up my own businesses here and just dive right deep into the fire. I found a lot of things are theory based. I love just jumping in to the fire and getting my hands dirty. That's the best way that I personally learn. Now a lot of people need theory and practice before they do the hard stuff. Sorry guys, I'm just dealing with some crazy stuff here at one of my rental properties. But anyways, NVIDIA continuing to fall here. That's beautiful for our short position. That's continuing. Boyle had a nice pop. We're almost into target one. As soon as we hit this 1538, I'm selling half and moving my stop loss to break even. On Boyle, we're still holding a SPY put that is about to go in the money. We're still holding an AMD put that is also looking to charge for that 175 zone. We're still holding an SOXS position, which is working out nicely. So a lot of the trades that we're in are working out absolutely fantastically. NVIDIA has almost given up all of the gains. It's now only up 0.5%. Microsoft's about to go negative. Apple's negative. So the Qs are also negative at the moment. Russell and SPY still holding green. I think the big talking point is this reversal in NVIDIA. Absolute nasty, nasty reversal coming into play. So you had a positive earnings reaction. They run it up, squeeze all the shorts, get all that extra liquidity and premium out of the options market, and then they'd start taking it right back down. This is a nasty sell side program. Look at the lower highs, how they're in such a beautiful distinguished range. Look at this like trend line when you draw it across from this pivot to this pivot to these pivots. This is a sell side program. This is an algorithmic based sell program. What does that mean? That means that a huge fund or funds are unloading, and it's hard to jump in on the long side off of a pattern like this. I could see us maybe getting a technical bounce off of this zone here around 779. This is a downsloping trend. The fact that you're losing pre-market low now is super, super bearish. Gap fill, a lot of people are waiting to buy there. I would wait a little bit lower if we're trying to trade on the long side. So SOX is still pushing up here. Our SPY put just went in the money, guys. I'm still holding, but that 0 DTE play just went in the money. It's probably prudent to secure profits here. Most of the times when a 0 DTE plays go in the money, I take profits, but I'm going to be a little bit greedy here on this Friday since we are technically banking on the position. One of the viewers here, Mike, asked any books on technical analysis that you recommend. Honestly, I think the best thing is paper trading, visiting streams like mine. If you can find any other traders like me that do free streams, definitely check them out and watch and listen. I think that most people from our generation don't like reading books. I think they are more prone to learning how to view charts, looking at people's screens. So, watch my streams. Also watch other people's free streams and paper trade. Get a sense of how stocks move, individual stocks. What I recommend is picking 3 stocks and learning them. Say it's Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Learn how they move. Learn how each stock moves. I think a lot of people get stuck on focusing on too many names and not really becoming a master on a few names. But there is one book that I would recommend. The title is called Technical Analysis of Stock Trends. It's the 11th edition, and it's by Robert D. Edwards and John McGee. So again, it's Technical Analysis of Stock Trends, the 11th edition by Robert D. Edwards and John McGee. Kind of has a yellow and blue cover, page cover. But I think the biggest thing is just learning. Again, my strategy compared to other traders is totally different sometimes. A lot of other traders use different indicators. They use different strategies. So my way is not necessarily always the right way. It's just a way. I've been wrong, I'll be right. There's a lot of times traders will try to tell you there's only one way to trade, but there's many ways to trade. There's many ways to trade. It's just you have to find a style that suits you. And say you like a certain components from my trading and you like it from others, you try to combine successful trader strategies together to try to make it your own. So again, there's many different ways to skin a cat in this market, and you just have to be mindful of that. Look at the big rip on the Dixie, guys. It's back above 104 now, guys. The Dixie's back above 104, so this is now in critical tightening mode. Expect small caps to start selling. China stocks, Brazil stocks, commodities. Everything appears to be going to be selling off if this dollar continues its breakout. A big surge in the dollar. It's now up 0.7%, and this is on the back of no economic data today. So what is happening underneath the hood of this market? No economic data today, and the dollar's absolutely ripping. This is a pure technical and fundamental move, as it appears to be that way. You still have Microsoft coming down. You still have NVIDIA putting in some bearish consolidation. Microsoft's gone negative. Apple's negative. AMD's down 2.5. Tesla's down 1.3. SMCI is down 10. AVGO is down. Bitcoin's down 0.5%. Nat gas is down 4.96%. Oil's down. A lot of stocks are down across the board. The only thing that's squeezing right now is Carvana. CVNA. Look at this monster move. This one's in short squeeze mode. So this one could actually squeeze, based off of this technical breakout today, Carvana could actually squeeze huge. I mean, huge. I can't chase it up here yet, but this type of a technical break out of this formation is a massive, massive move for Carvana. I mean, we're talking about a huge, huge move out of this base. Look at this inverse head and shoulders on Carvana. Left shoulder, big base, right shoulder. I mean, just looking at this upside move on Carvana from this neckline break, we could see it move up another all the way to 111, and that's just a no overshoot. That could just be a pure short squeeze move. This one is a high short interest, so I expect that even if the market falters, obviously it doesn't help if the market's coming down like it is somewhat today, but this one could continue to push up all day long, because now you have an environment where this stock is moving up and shorts are going to get scared. Shorts are absolutely going to get scared. I would wait for a pullback into these pivots to potentially personally buy myself, even if I don't know if we even get that, because there's such a high short float interest. And when you have a high short interest stock up, 38.1% off of an earnings gap up, that's a monster move. That's going to spook a lot of people. All right, let's keep looking at the S&P. I'll also write the book in the chat here, Mike, for you. Technical analysis of stock trends. It's a little bit dry, I will tell you that, especially the first few pages on Dow theory and whatnot. But author is a couple authors, John McGee, and Robert D. Edwards. All right, so NVIDIA is trying to form a little bit of a base and reversal. I just took profits on my SPY put, guys. I took profits on my SPY 0 DTE put, so we are all out of that trade. That one did go in the money, a big, big gain. Hey, Philippe. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that, Philippe. Hey, Philippe, I know you're is there anything that you've noticed, Philippe, that why you've blown up that 50K? Is there anything you can do better? Is there any lessons you've learned? There always needs to be some takeaways from a moment like that. It's tough going through that. We've all been there. It is very, very tough. But we have to take lessons learned from our trials and tribulations. Yeah, Philippe, that's a grind. That's crazy. Sometimes less is more. Actually, I made that mistake early on where I had one of my big blockbuster years, one of my best years, and I should have taken time off, and I ended up giving a lot of those gains back. I could have just taken a really, really expensive vacation and still been up on trading. So sometimes less is more, but we have this almost like an addiction to make money, right? You get in the groove of a market, you get in the swing of a market, you see how fast things can grow, and you just want to keep going and going and going. And that's often our biggest what's the word? Our biggest negative is not walking away soon enough. It's very difficult. All right, NVIDIA is still seeing some more distribution in this range. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a second. Hey guys, sorry I'm back here. So again, we're seeing NVIDIA basically gone flat. NVIDIA has gone flat. So this is the tail of the tape now. Can this market sell off substantially more? You had the markets ripping on the back of NVIDIA and the semiconductors, and now you're seeing semis losing momentum here. Potential, excuse me, potential nasty daily topping tail on NVIDIA. Take a look at this candle. We are up tremendously on the day trade, and we could still be seeing more downside. But look at this nasty candle on NVIDIA forming. Imagine we start to engulf and lose this huge impulse earnings candle. That would be something magnificent and epic. Remember, I told you a lot of people are waiting at this gap fill. Do not buy that zone. Maybe you get a small bounce, but rather wait. This type of sell side program is an institution or fund unloading. I would now wait for about 773. So continue to just be patient. We're in the driver's seat with our trade all the way up from this 813.90 zone. We are also holding our Boyle long still. We're holding our semiconductor long still. We have a Russell short. We took profits on our SPY put. Things are weakening here across the board. Take a look at AMD, guys. That AMD put is about to print. Huge, huge, huge. We're almost at 175. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? We are absolutely banking today. So again, congrats if you've been able to take some with us. It's been a stellar trading session today. If you have been able to profit with us, we're up substantially on our put. We're up substantially on our short. We took a huge win on the SPY 0 DTE play. We're still long SOXS, and that is climbing ferociously. Look at this move in the semiconductor bear ETF, guys. On a day trade, we're already up 6%. 6%, guys. That's it's probably prudent to start trimming profits, but I'm going to be greedy. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I like how we're positioned. I love the green to red reversal on NVIDIA, and look at the sell side program here. Look at this sell side program. All right, guys, I'm just trying to see if there's a buyable level here on NVIDIA for a bounce. You can see we're going to come down into this zone here. Huge decline, guys. Huge decline. NVIDIA has negative, guys. What a reversal. Look at the SPY dump. Holy shit. If anyone's still holding those 509 puts, you're welcome. You are welcome. Look at AMD, guys. We're almost got those 175 0 DTs. As soon as they get in the money, I will be securing because we're getting a little bit long in the tooth here on the downside. Come on. Give us the fall, guys. Give us the fall. We're free falling here, guys. We're free falling. This is beautiful to see. AMD 175 0 DTE puts. Come on, baby. Get in the money. Get in the money. You know you want to. One more little flush on AMD, and we have an absolute banger. I will be securing as soon as we hit 175, guys. Those puts are even here is tempting to take. I want to see if we can get it in the money. Come on, baby. Get in the money. Get it in the money. Come on, baby. One more little flush. So close. So close to securing those profits. Semis, I'm still holding. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. They're printing. They're printing. They're printing. Come on, AMD. Don't do it. Don't bounce here. Do not bounce here. NVIDIA should have one more little flush into this zone, guys. There's a potential long trade. All right. I just secured those AMD puts, guys. I just secured those AMD puts. 175 0 DTE puts are in the money. Congrats if you took that. Massive, massive, massive day trade win there. Huge day trade win there. Look at that. That was a banger. That was a freaking banger. Wow. What a trade, guys. What a trade. All right, I'm looking at covering NVIDIA down here and maybe flipping along. What a trade, guys. Holy mackerel. What a Friday. What a Friday to go out on. Huge winners, guys. Huge. I don't think you understand, but wow. That was insane. That's insane. What a trade on AMD. What a trade on SPY. What a trade on NVIDIA. What a trade on the SOX. Holy shit, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just so thankful to be able to make money in this market. being able to do it live. Anybody that caught that, you had ample opportunity. I hope I got another yearly member for that type of action. I hope I got another yearly member. No kidding, guys. That alpha that we just provided, an AMD put,
There's 16, 17 points off that double short.
SMCI puts, the 850s went from 3 and change to 33 so far.
All right, guys, so let's just look at the SPY here. I'm still holding my short on NVIDIA. Has not hit my downside target yet. Has not hit my downside target. Crypto is dangerous. Bounce coming into the semiconductors and NVIDIA, guys. What we could create now on SPY, we could come up and create a little bit of a right shoulder here. If we get a bounce here and creating a right shoulder, then you have a nice little topping formation that'll play out in the afternoon. So you have your left shoulder, your head. We could come up and create a right shoulder. So just watch for this right shoulder formation to occur on the SPY. It would indicate a bounce. NVIDIA putting in a potential daily topping tail. SMCI down 14, AMD down 3.6, Bitcoin down 1. Huge sell-offs across the board. These are the days that can make or break your account. And again, the reason we do these live streams and day trade is to really gain more liquidity to help fund our swing trading capabilities. So at the moment, just today, I'm up about 12,000 on the session. And, you know, some of these are moving profits right now because we still hold a SOX long. We're still holding a Boyle long, which we're flat on. We're still holding an NVIDIA short. Probably wise to take profits, but I'm going to see if we can get some more downside off of this name. You know, typically whenever I start seeing these type of algo selling, this hard lower high driven selling, you know, you get bounces, but it just keeps getting sold into. When I start seeing that, I just say, you know what? Let's step out of the way and let the market do what it wants to do. You know, we should come lower on NVIDIA. We're grabbing more liquidity here. This type of sell-off from a green up over 4% to a negative boom is not something you see every day. It's certainly not something you see every day. One thing's for sure, you have to respect market price action. That's for sure. I would favor a bounce here, but I would favor a bounce in some individual names. Like AMD is getting a nice bounce. It is hitting support, hitting first level support. But again, it's not a guaranteed bounce. Could keep going lower. SMCI now trading at 840 on the session. Pretty crazy, I must say. Alright guys, so to answer your question there, Fair with the Woodshop, I'm not short SMCI, I'm short NVIDIA off this 813.92 level, and I'm also long the SOXS. So technically, you know, SMCI doesn't have exposure to the SMH and SOXX, but it is a sentiment gauge, right? It kind of moves in tandem with NVIDIA. So in a way, we're indirectly short SMCI, but we're up 4.27 on NVIDIA short. We're up 6.82. I'm actually going to trim down here on NVIDIA at 780.79. I just took another half. So basically, I have runners left, and I'm going to move a stop loss to this 791. So in the money on the remainder of the shares. I did cover another half, so I have basically a quarter size position left on NVIDIA. Still have this full position on SOXS. We took huge profits on a 0 DTE put on AMD. We took it all the way up here 179, wrote it down to 175. Those puts did go in the money, so congrats if you took that with us. Dollar's still above 104, trying to push higher and higher here. Still riding a Boyle long. That one's kind of going against us, or we're actually flat on the trade. We are actually flat. Bitcoin losing 51,000, looking exceptionally weak. Exceptionally weak.
It's funny. It's like that's like a solid move down on SPY, but to the left, and then just right when it closes.
SPY still selling off. Semiconductors still coming in.
Oh yeah, wow, they were, yeah. Just like isolated activity.
So I just took another profit with members on Coinbase. We just banked 14.88% on Coinbase. So another stellar winner on Coinbase there. Beautiful, beautiful to see. I love the fact that we are positioned well here. We are positioned absolutely well. So massive win on Coinbase again with members. I covered my short. I just covered my short on Coinbase. Still holding this Boyle long. Still holding. Let's look at Boyle. Again, NVIDIA's down 0.46. Microsoft's down 0.23. AMD's down 3.6. Based off of the relative weakness in the other semis, you would anticipate NVIDIA falling more. Down 0.5% when its other sympathy trades are down 1, down 3.5, down 14. You know, a lot of weakness in this tape. Every mega cap is red on the session at the moment. Every mega cap is red on the session. SMH is down 1%. So a lot of weakness creeping in. There's still pockets of strength in this market. You have Square up 16%. You have Carvana up, Freeport McMoran, DraftKings, Caterpillar. Some industrial stocks are doing okay. Others are underperforming. But we'll see if this dollar really pushes above 104 today and makes a clear closing basis, an hourly close above 104. We should see this market push down more. You know, you have the SPY still holding on to positive gains, which is breathing some life into this market. But for how long can the SPY trade green, especially if tech is selling off? That's the big question. So SPY is the strongest indice at the moment. Still think we could create a right shoulder. If we look at the QQQ, they've sold off pretty hard. Daily chart on the Qs, same resistance trend line that goes back to these pivots is being tagged. You have this nasty long-term trend line that's trying to keep the market in check. This trend line goes all the way back to your COVID low, connects to your pivot high in August. Take a look at this vicinity that we've been chopping in. So it's a big resistance level for the market as we speak. A really big resistance level. And you can see how the indices made a new all-time high on the Qs and reversing. It would not shock me to see a bearish engulfing of this previous candle. You get that, and it's not going to mean a healthy session next week for the markets. It could likely mean more downside. So the close in this market is going to be pretty critical. Depending on how we close is going to open up the probabilities for either a big continuation move down. And again, you get a bearish close, you're going to have a big continuation move down likely next week. Now, obviously, if the markets push up and close above key levels, if you can close back above, say, yesterday's high, then that's bullish. The market can still keep going up. But if you close below this 435 gap zone, this huge red bar sell-off, I think we're going lower. Guys, I took a 770 0DT put on NVIDIA right here. 770 0DT put on NVIDIA. Boyle's moving down, so indices have created a nice little bounce. You are potentially getting that right shoulder formation on the SPY that I discussed. We'll see if this comes into play, if this right shoulder develops. You do have a neckline to draw across now, which would be right there. If you are to break this neckline, it will yield more downside in the S&P of roughly 0.62. So we're now playing NVIDIA on the put side as well as the short side. We're right below pre-market low. You're still technically in bearish territory. Still holding a long on the SOXS. What else we got here? Anybody else audio cutting out? Looks like you're doing things but can't hear anything. Mic check. Fairweather, can you hear me? Mic check. Let me just do a mic check. Seems all good. Anybody, can you hear me? Thumbs up. Perfect. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Yeah, so NVIDIA put as well as share short, still holding my SOXS. Boyle seems to be wanting to go lower here. So Boyle's seeing some more selling in nat gas. I'm back. Keeps cutting out. Let me, just in case, I don't know if it's only on your end that I'm cutting out, but what I'll try to do is I'll just try to unplug my mic and replug it in. My cat might have been snooping around in my wires, so just give me a second, I'll unplug. Mic check, mic check. All right, so I just unplugged things, replugged it in. Hopefully everything is okay again for you, Fairweather. Perfect, Fairweather. Thank you. All right, so let's just get a grasp on things. We had that initial big sell-off in NVIDIA, a huge algo-based selling. You can see this downsloping parallel channel. You're under pre-market low, so that's bearish. The fact that NVIDIA has lost pre-market low is not a healthy sign. You can see the SPY is maybe putting in a right shoulder here for a head and shoulders pattern. Again, we are at the highs of the session, so that would indicate a much higher probability of playing out. Typically on a Friday, they do like to close the markets positive, but it doesn't mean they have to. I just added to my Boyle at 1486. I just added to my Boyle trade at 1486, guys. 1486. I did just add to my Boyle right at that next wick. So that brings our average down to 1499. Slightly out of the money on the trade, but it's only a half position. Still like it down here. I do like Boyle down here. Potentially putting in a little bit of a 10-minute reversal candle there. That's good to see. Our NVIDIA puts, again, we took 770 put all the way down on NVIDIA, and that's a 0 DTE that will expire today, win, lose, or draw. Still holding a quarter of the position short from this 813.92 level. Still holding a rather big position on this SOXS. We are in the money nicely from this 389 level. Took profits on our AMD 175 puts. They went in the money. Took profits on a Coinbase short with members. So we're just kind of waiting to see how this market wants to settle out. We got to watch out for potential inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute NVIDIA chart. You have your left shoulder here, a nice head. You could be forming a right shoulder. So we'll watch that pattern closely. Boyle's getting a little bit of an uptick here. SPY's still seeing some consolidation. Again, Microsoft went negative. NVIDIA briefly went negative. It's back to the green side now. Blame it on the cat. I always blame the kitty cat. She's my scapegoat.
What's that? I don't know why I like the sound though. I want the Discord sound for like my text messages. Right? I know. I like that. I like that sound way better. We can do that. I'm too lazy to do all the back end. Well, if I can download it, then I gotta fucking import it to the file in my phone that allows me to do that. Yeah, for the like 30 minutes a week, I don't have it on silent. Yeah, right. Jordan, you got like 1,000 plus unread messages. You're gonna be hearing the bang. Fuck. Dude, I know. That's what the watch is for. Just feel the vibrate and look down. And we got the get that 17 time. I just want to say
So nice big bounce on Boyle, guys. That is starting to move up. NVIDIA trying to break out here of this little inverse pattern. Very small pattern, but it is technically valid. Still under pre-market low. Still under pre-market low. So the bulls want to recapture that pre-market low. They're trying to do so right now. You are seeing things trying to firm up across the S&P indices. The dollar is back below 104. So that's helping the markets rally back up here. Big pump in NVIDIA coming into play. Big pump coming up. Let's look at the QQQ chart again. Qs have had a magnificent bounce back above that EMA 113. You're hitting your first resistance point right now on the Qs. Let's look at the SPY chart because that is the stronger indice at the moment. Again, we still have that potential right shoulder forming. It is trying to push higher at the moment.
Yeah, well, don't forget we're in a strong market still. We can't forget that in 2 hours. Right. And great point. Are we talking about 5? Can't use a 5. Only volatility because like the last 2 days, so our minds are kind of clouded. To be honest with you, which is why the 508 to 507 close right to the 510 level at the top. And I thought personally that both 508s and 507s would get in the money, but the 507, the 506.98 level was a reaction point on SPY. So we could have had levels there. Right. I just think that Mike, I heard you call it out. I was short 10 at NQ when you called it out, and I scalped them instead of holding them. I should have held them, but I was looking to get into a bigger position. Yeah, I didn't have. And AJ was buying the shit out of the call, so I'm like, he was scamming. It still worked out, bro. What are you complaining about? AJ, if I lose, all I did was buy, bro. When I trade NQ, it's different than what you're doing. When I trade NQ, if I lose 50 points, it's about $50,000, $60,000. So yeah, I have to be more like precise. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that's how I trade. I'm not, and I was thinking, wow, this is going to continue to go.
So a little bit of an inflection point here for the SPY. You can see NVIDIA trying to push up and carry the market back to the green side. It's now back up 1.2. Crazy volatility. NVIDIA up 4, then down half, now back up 1.2. I mean, insane volatility in this market. And that's a little concerning. When you see this volatility at the highs of the market, it's showing that there's distribution happening. There's not all holders of longs are confident at this zone.
Now I'm in a new position. And here we are.
But Microsoft calls next week for reviews.
Paper's still here. Look at our Adobe.
Put that in, but I'm looking at the 10-year coming out.
When that dollar did break 104, NVIDIA is recapturing its pre-market low. So it's technically a positive sign at the moment, but you haven't really made a definitive move above it. You're just consolidating on that zone. SPY, potential right shoulder formation. We'll see if this wants to break down. I'm watching that closely. You still have yields negative across the board. Dollar slightly negative. Nat gas down 6.5%. Oil down 1.5%. The market has every reason to rally here. Yields negative. Dollar negative. Nat gas negative. Oil negative. It has every rhyme or reason to continue to go up. So if we sell off, that's a little bit of a bearish shift in the sentiment.
552 resistance is what I'm looking to break on Adobe. I just sent you the chart.
Yeah, we were
You got that same area. We talked about it too.
Yeah, we were going to watch anything over 540.
Paper, are you still in PLTR?
No.
Excuse me. Microsoft just curled down there, had a big position down.
I watch the banks a lot too. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, they've been pretty strong.
Since we've taken profits on most of the day trade short on NVIDIA, it's only a 0.25%. I don't have a stop. I'd stop out if it went back to break even, but we've already taken 75% of the profits off of this trade, so it's kind of risk-free. And what I did, I'm still riding, a position on NVIDIA, a quarter position short for this day trade, which we're up about 2.37%. So I'm not going to put a stop on the day trade unless it hits break even. What I did is I rolled some of those profits on NVIDIA back into an NVIDIA put. So I took a 770 DTE put on NVIDIA. So we're still technically riding shorts, but I'm now playing with the profits. The trade is basically risk-free as of today. Still holding an SOXS long. We were up 6%. We're basically up about 4.39% at the moment. Here comes potentially the next sell.
We had a nice ADRSI early this morning, right about 9:40.
Yeah, and the hourly, I didn't scan the hourly this morning. I missed it. I just blew it. That's all right. I'm a little frustrated, but
No sense in being frustrated. It doesn't help anything. I can't tell you how many trades we missed by, 10 cents or one tick. Happens every day.
every day. Usually it doesn't, but I was really patient all day yesterday and stayed out of getting in trouble and rode a few longs. But today I saw it. It hit the target on the upside and NQ and then just fucking sailed.
Biden just finished speaking for anybody following along.
All right, so Amazon curling down, Google curling down, Meta curling down, NVIDIA trying to curl up, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla curling down. So the rest of the Qs are trying to push down. You have Boyle trying to make another move to the high side here. So we're long Boyle still. Remember, don't forget about that trade. We're still holding a long on Boyle off this 14.99. It's a half position. still have target 1 of 1539, target 2 1567. That can still happen today. We'll keep our eye on the SPY.
When I work in the position, I reverse scale, just like we used to do on the floor. It works every time. Which is 2, 8, 16, 32, 64, 100.
So now you have Microsoft participating in the rally. Things are looking a little bit more bullish here as mega cap tech is starting to curl up. Apple's still lagging. NVIDIA is still pumping and pushing.
If anyone wants to get into the Apex futures, it's like 90% off. Let's go. I think it ends today. I never plugged it because
Big pump in mega cap. Microsoft, NVIDIA, everything's starting to push.
Bro, Ash is like trying to talk to us. He's like trying to talk to the whole group, and you just hear Sharky's like, yeah, I'm getting 8 and a J, and like this and that. I'm like, dude, we were all just cracking up. It was so funny. Nobody even cared, bro. It was just laughs. That was great. I would have expected y'all to do this. I mean, he is in a legal state, so. Oh yeah, that's fine. No, Jazz, are you thinking about your brother?
Do you want any more coffee, Curtis? So the dollar has sold off over the last 40 minutes, and you've basically seen the SPY put in a low and push up. So still a huge correlation between the dollar and the overall markets at this point in time. Huge push on NVIDIA. Basically, let's see what type of a fib zone we're coming into now from your high to low. High to low, you're coming into the 618. That kind of correlates with pre-market high around this 806.26. So there should be some sort of resistance here at this Fibonacci zone. SPY still could be developing a right shoulder. Still has the thesis and pattern. It is very symmetrically looking right now at the moment. So it still has a scenario where you could curl over. Still a lot of time left in this trading session. A lot of time left in this trading session. But NVIDIA just keeps on pushing. Huge push in the semiconductors. Really big push in the semiconductors. Apple's testing the low of day. So Apple's still super weak. It really hasn't participated in this bounce with the semis. Notice the big bounce in the S&P, big bounce in NVIDIA. Take a look at Apple at the low here. Just does not want to participate. So that's a big divergence. You know, you look at the exact low here on the S&P was when you had Apple low here. S&P's bounced pretty tremendously. What has Apple done? So definitely showing relative weakness on Apple. What that tells me is that you run the risk of seeing this market sell off more. Apple's still the second largest company. It is a kind of a weighting on them. It does have a heavy weighting on the market. So we'll watch that closely, because if Apple starts to sell more, it should put pressure on Microsoft and other QQQ components. At the moment, NVIDIA is insulating things quite well here. NVIDIA is still insulating things exceptionally well. You have not recaptured pre-market high, but you did recapture pre-market low. So short-term signs of positive reversals. Excuse me.
Sharky, we came back to VWAP, and today's intraday, that's the halfback right there. 54 is our goal.
Indices are still trying to move up.
Nice recovery, though. Beautiful retrace off of that fib extension that I was talking about earlier. This is laid out very nicely. We are right at VWAP on Qs and SPY as well.
You can see NVIDIA hit that 618, starting to come in.
That $72 calls are in the money of 180%.
The Russell 2000 is breaking out. The IWM is breaking out. Maybe that tells us we may see some capital rotate out of tech back into the Russell. That could be what's happening, but certainly the Russell breaking out here on the intraday 10-minute chart.
Frankie, you still there? I'm here, my friend. It's 97 points off of that full extension. Yeah. Yep. Wild. Got through halfback at 45, which of the day. Yay! Man, I was ready for dubs. Taking dubs on iDubs. Large supply is ripping. Nice, Mikey. I don't know. What was actually paid for once? I went long. Oh my god. Actually, my work. Wow, it's so beautiful there. The one time I long I went. Yes. I said RTY was the trade today was smart. You did, but I didn't know how many times I didn't act on it. Like the last 2 years. That's a big case for me. I can't believe I don't know longs are actually working. Alright guys, IWM longs is 200s for March 4th. March 4th, guys. I got it like a week out and March 30th will come. That's crazy, bro.
AMD 177.50 call.
We are seeing the dollar trying to just have a little bit of an uptick here now. We are seeing the dollar trying to have a little uptick.
Damn. Just look at the chart.
NVIDIA is still pushing. Apple, Microsoft curling.
Alright. My risky ass is trying that fix again. Still playing small. Literally on 4 pawns. Spot by 10 calls are green. Q440 calls are still available. IWM 200 calls are green. Amazon 175 calls are green. Google 144 calls are green. 5100 flat. 5100 S&P actually here is the big green line. Yes, cycle up gamma level. Multiple. Also have to say it possible rejection.
Oh, excuse me. Whoa. Maybe I do need another coffee. All right, so we're seeing SPY hitting right at that top of the right shoulder, still technically valid.
What the fuck was that?
Nice rejection off that 5100 SPX right there.
So 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. All right, so we are seeing the S&P break down a little bit. It is fitting the criteria for this right shoulder. NVIDIA seeing some slight rejection there. Still holding my semiconductor long. We're up about 3.85% on it. Still holding NVIDIA put, but that one's kind of going against us at the moment. We really needed to start breaking down below the 790 zone. Microsoft appears to be challenging a new low of day. Excuse me, just 1 second. Sorry if I'm not talking as much, guys, right now. I had an issue with the rental property. One of our well pumps have gone down, and I'm just finding a service technician. Of course, everything happens on a Friday. So basically, we're seeing Microsoft near the lows, Apple near the lows. Microsoft, Apple curling down, Tesla curling down.
Trimming 1/3 of my IWM calls here for March. I need to 65 a contract.
Let's go.
Well done. Me and Garlic are on the opposite sides of IWM right now. So,
How much is that in percentage?
21%.
So
That's March 8th, so I'm holding the stop sign.
you can see this purple moving average. That's the 50 intraday 3-minute moving average. Notice how we bounced here, broke down here through it. Now we've back tested and retesting that moving average that was once support. So the fact that we are actually breaking below it on the intraday price action and seeing some resistance, this is a big level for the markets. You run the risk of seeing another sell-off like this if you don't recapture this purple moving average. Right now, you only have 3 sectors red. The rest are green. Dow components are green. Consumer staples still holding up. Transports are doing well on the back of oil declining. You do have AMD coming down now. Still testing that 175.80 zone. Apple's curling down, Meta curling up, Google curling up, Amazon curling up. Bitcoin's back above 51,000. Trying to climb.
I'm excited for the weekend.
So NVIDIA.
Adobe. Finally got that break.
Yep, and NVIDIA hit my 8 market that I've been waiting for a long time. So that market's mad. Now all I need is Amazon to 185. That's big.
Google's performing very, very well. That's strong on the session. Tesla's seeing more selling. That might impact Amazon from pushing higher here. It might.
I do get excited though whenever a thesis plays out.
100%.
It's exciting. That's what gives us
So NVIDIA holding above the 1 minute EMA 113. As long as you hold above that, you can push for your pre-market high. But if we come back down and lose that, then your next support is basically a retrace to this breakout neckline, which would put you around low 788, 787-ish. You break through that, then you're going back to the low of day. I'm still holding 770 puts on NVIDIA. I'm still holding a small quarter position on the short side at this 813.92. And I'm also still holding this SOXS long trade off of this 389 zone. I think we can squeeze more out of it. We are starting to see the SPY break down a little bit more. Remember that head and shoulders is viable. It's very symmetrical, the right shoulder to the left. You have even a beautiful technical piece is that the right shoulder has a higher right shoulder than the left. That's a nice distinguishing feature. It's a little bit of a learning the patterns here. Potential little 1 minute head and shoulders on NVIDIA here. Really, if you break this neckline, you could have another down move of about 1.3%. If you get a 1.3% move down from the neckline, that would take it back to the negative side, and you can see it would take it roughly back down to 784-ish. We'll see if we get more weakness creeping in. Dollar's trying to curl up. AMD, Apple new low, Microsoft new low. So when you have both of the two largest companies making new lows, that likely means we could see this come all the way down to the neckline. Then the big test is, do we break the neckline? Makes sense that we're going to break the neckline because you have a huge support zone at 504. This is a massive, massive support zone on the SPY. Look at NVIDIA right down to its neckline. Big spot here for NVIDIA. It needs to hold. It does need a hold. Still holding an SOXS. But again, guys, I'm just a little bit more quiet today on the mic because I am managing a few other things here on a Friday. Busy, busy, busy. Still here to update you on positions if they change. Tesla's got a big bear flag. And remember when we were discussing the relative weakness in Apple? You know, Apple, look at the SPY. So SPY and Apple, let me flip to the 1 minute chart so it's equal distribution and you can see. So basically SPY bounced right over here. You can see Apple's low is down here. SPY bounced. Look at the bounce in SPY and look at the bounce in Apple. Apple's actually taken out its low pivot and SPY's holding above it. So with this much selling pressure in Apple, then you got to look for Microsoft comparison. So I slowly just go down the list of the heaviest weighted stocks, right? Then you look at Microsoft compared to the S&P. So S&P put in a low here. Microsoft put in a low here. Has Microsoft made lower lows? It has. So what that tells me is we're likely going to continue a downtrend today. You have company 1 and company 2, two largest companies, putting in lower lows, making relative weakness divergences from the S&P 500. That's never a healthy sign. You want to see those two mega cap companies leading. Look at this big bear flag on Tesla that's about to break. That's a nasty little bear flag pattern that really should take you. Now, it may not complete the full downside move today, but there's certainly time. It could flush all the way down to 191, 190.85. So watching Tesla, also potentially a head and shoulders on Tesla. If you break that neckline, which you're testing right now, you could see a big, big flush. So I mean, it's not all sunshine and rainbows out here. You do have the Qs, negative, SPY positive, Russell positive. But look at that sell side signal in Microsoft. What's interesting is Microsoft had that big gap up, and now you're coming in pretty ferociously. And the big thing now is you've negated that neckline. Remember we triggered a head and shoulders pattern on the hourly chart? You actually negated it today, but now you could be forming a bigger one. So this would be your new shoulder. Your neckline would now be this flat bottom neckline, and this is a much bigger head and shoulders than the original one, if it triggers. You know, if you trigger this pattern, we're talking about a 5.5% decline from the neckline. So you've still got quite a ways to go on Microsoft, but if we were to see a 5.5% decline on Microsoft, that puts us roughly down to this 376, 375 zone. So I'm paying close attention to that. Another thing, NVIDIA's retesting the pre-market low. So if it loses pre-market low, that's super bearish. You can see we've triggered the little neckline break here on this 1 minute chart. It's very minor, but we have triggered the breakdown. Let's see if we get more downside. I'm going to flip back to the 3 minute chart of the SPY just so it tightens it up a little bit. Give me 1 second, guys. Just a quick update, guys. We saw NVIDIA negate that little mini head and shoulders. Now it's back into the top of the wedge pattern range, back above pre-market high. You have a new neckline now. It's this pivot to this pivot. If you break that, a new head and shoulders target is on watch. Still seeing the SPY really putting in lower highs here, but higher lows. Still a head and shoulders on watch as well. You're still below this intraday 50 moving average on the 3-minute chart. What was once support several times here, 1, 2, 3, broke down, retest, and you keep getting rejected off of that similar level. This trend, just like it was super powerful when it was curling up here, if it starts curling down, it could be super powerful to the downside. The majority of mega caps are negative on the session. Microsoft, Apple all leading the charts to the downside. SMCI down 11, AMD down 3.6, NVIDIA up 1.42. My best guess is with the weakness in the Qs and the SOX, NVIDIA should come down as well. We briefly saw NVIDIA go negative. It's now recaptured about 50% of its losses, but it is looking like it wants more downside. I'm still holding puts on NVIDIA, a little bit of a 25% left of our short position. We covered a huge amount already at the lows, around 780. We're holding a 770 put, still holding a SOXS long. We're nicely in the money off of that trade. That one's continuing to perform. Still holding a Boyle long as well, which we're basically flat on. Really, that's the trades at the moment. Tesla's actually triggered a bearish pattern here on the intraday 10-minute charts. It's triggered its head and shoulders, so watching for more likely continued downside. But Tesla's been weak, and it is weak again today. AMD, that was our monster trade, our put play. We took those 175 puts, and they printed huge amounts. So let's just see how things shape up here, and we'll see if the S&P wants to trigger this little bit of a bearish intraday pattern. NVIDIA coming back down. It's approaching the apex of this triangle, so it's going to make a big move one way or another. NVIDIA is shaping up for another big move. We are seeing NVIDIA trying to break out of this range, this wedge pattern to the upside. SPY is trying to push up as well. All right, so indices have started to move basically back up above this key 50 intraday moving average. We're at the high end of the wedge on SPY. You are at resistance. You could see more selling. NVIDIA is still trying to push up, but it hasn't really taken out that high. You're above pre-market low, but below pre-market high. Still have had a pretty big reversal from the highs on NVIDIA. All of the sympathy trades in the semiconductor market are red. SMCI down over 10, AMD down 3, Microsoft down half, Apple down 0.6, Qs are slightly negative, SPY's green, Russell outperforming everything. Dollar negative, yields negative, oil negative, nat gas negative. So the market has every reason to rip and rip higher, but right now it's kind of struggling and meandering in this 500, low 500 range. Even oil seeing a nasty down day today, down on the session 2.3%. That should be a tailwind for the market, but we are not seeing the market rally as much. Apple and Microsoft are weighing in on things. Apple's trying to firm up off of the lows here. You've had a nice 40-minute rally on Apple off of the lows. Apple did hit some hourly chart support and is bouncing. Microsoft could be putting in a little bit of a bear flag pattern on the 10-minute chart. So it's looking somewhat weak at this point in time.
Oh no, it was it. Yeah.
Oh, what they announced it for last night?
Sure, probably be indices like activity that might be united with place and going back to
Tesla again is triggered a head and shoulders. That one's super, super weak on the session. Google's curling down just a little bit, ever so slightly.
Sometimes those news headlines come out and just give you a perfect scalp opportunity, though, a big down wick, and then it pops it back down for a bit.
Yeah, Boeing is so like literally like
Microsoft curling back down. Apple curling back down.
honestly, it's always
Meta's still near the highs, but also potentially running into some sellers.
When you ever hear a good Boeing headline, right? Yeah. It's like that company's set up to not have good headlines.
Whoops.
And then it comes back and says it's not confirmed. That's classic Boeing.
Of course, not confirmed. Reverse the news move.
Yeah, now it's gonna pop. That's hilarious. And that's exactly the point I want to make. News headlines all the time.
Not too many high-flying movers today. A lot of liquidity is coming out of the market instead of flowing in, so you're not really seeing too many big movers. You know, you have some strength in the likes of Carvana, some other small caps that are squeezing, Square, gapping up on earnings. You know, some short interest stocks like Upstart are positive, SunPower, but Carvana is probably the outperformer, up over 31% on the session today. Pretty impressive. In terms of sector performance at the moment, you have both Dow components, the industrials and the transports, green, but you have communications, energy, XLK and XLY all negative. The rest of the sectors are positive. The best performing sector at the moment is the Dow Jones transports on the back of oil declining a couple percent here. Transports are catching a nice big bid. Then you have strength in financials, XLF, industrials, staples, utilities, and then real estate and healthcare. Qs are negative, SPY positive, Russell positive, VIX negative, gold up, silver up, yields down, oil down, nat gas down, Bitcoin down, but above 51,000. Our members took profits on a Coinbase short. We banked about 14.88%. We covered our short trade on coin. So that's good to see.
is that not giggling? Leave monkey giggle. I muted himself. She's giggling at boy. Oh, I might know.
All right, S&P making another attempt at trying to break out here. NVIDIA also trying to push. We'll see if it can get through or if rejection is going to come into play. Meta curling up, Microsoft, Apple curling up, NVIDIA curling up, Tesla still falling. I do think that Amazon could see weakness on the back of Tesla. Guys, I'm going to take a 174 put on Amazon, 174 0 DTE put on Amazon right here. 174 0 DTE put on Amazon.
It's 10 a.m.
Let's play ball. Still holding my semiconductor SOXS long. Still holding my NVIDIA short, NVIDIA put. Still holding my Boyle.
Two sliders.
Taking profits, mega profits stay on NVIDIA, mega profits on AMD put, SPY put that went in the money. So it's been pretty solid price action for us here on the live stream. Congrats to anyone that's traded with us and made money. Another highly successful live stream here done by Trading Capital. Again, we just continue to try to put ourselves in the position to grow our day trading accounts to really fund our long-term investing. Hey Naresh, thanks for your comments there. How's everyone? Everyone's doing pretty well. We banked on some AMD puts today. We took 175 0 DTEs on AMD. We rode AMD down massively from this 179 zone all the way to 175. We rode NVIDIA down from 813.92 all the way down to 780. That was a big win. I'm still holding an SOXS long off of this 389 zone, holding a Boyle long as well. And I did take a 175 put on, a 174 put on Amazon, just up because I'm seeing weakness in Tesla. In terms of your 175 put on AMD there, Mike, is that the one that we took earlier today? Because I closed mine completely. Once it went in the money, that was a massive gain. I closed it completely. So it really depends how much time you have on the clock. Right now, semis are still strong on the back of the earnings. But it really depends how much time you have on the clock. If it's a 0 DTE play, the more it goes up against you, obviously you're not going to make as much money. You're going to start losing. And then you have the time clock against you, right? So I played it in and out, took my profits. So are you playing another 0 DTE, Mike? A nice job that you banked. And so you took another 175 0 DTE? Okay. So, the thing about it here is the 175 zone. You can see we've bounced once, bounced twice. There's always a chance you can come down and retest it again because, you do have weakness in the semiconductors, but strength in NVIDIA. So, there's always a shot that you can go down. The extension moved down on AMD today that I've calculated, but it really has to have the markets break down. AMD could hit all the way to 172 today. It's not my base case, which is why we only took the 175 puts, but there's certainly still a case. Now, obviously, it's a Friday. They tend to want to push the markets up on a Friday because VIX gets crushed, the yields are down, dollar's down, oil's down. The market has every sort of fundamental tailwind to keep pushing higher. So it's risky still holding here. And I don't even know what you're up or down in the position. I don't know where you entered, so I'm not too sure what your strike zone is at. But it's you could obviously retest it, but with 0 DTEs, you really want to take your profits when the market gives it to you, and that's what we did. So I can't really comment on it because I don't really know where you entered at this point in time. You might still be up on the trade, you might be down, but it's a risk because you have held this 175 zone twice now. Typically, when you get a bounce off of a double bottom, I much prefer riding something like Amazon now. I took that 174 put on Amazon. Reason being, seeing a little bit of a distribution pattern up here. And then the XLY is weak. The XLY is one of the weakest sectors. And then you have Tesla, also weak. So naturally, when Tesla starts selling off, it adds additional pressure to Amazon because they're both a part of the XLY, Consumer Discretionary ETF. And when you look at Tesla's triggered this bearish breakdown here. This likely goes lower. But really, it's a market trade at this point in time. It's going to be a market trade.
If I am looking for something here, sir, I'm looking maybe over VWAP, rejection, a little bit above it, back test and hold it, try along to the top end of the range. But there's a lot of ifs in that statement.
You have Apple trying to push up. NVIDIA still holding. Still haven't taken out this high pivot. So there's still a potential that NVIDIA can actually come lower. But semis have tried bouncing here. AVGO's flipped back green.
Video quietly creeping back over 800.
Hey, DDS, welcome to the stream. What software site do you recommend for investing like longs and shorts?
volume today. We had 2 big days, obviously. So
I'm not really following your question, but are you trying to find out what brokerage to use for buying and selling? If your question is what brokerage sites you want to use for buying and selling, probably some of the best ones are Interactive Broker, TradeStation. I use IBKR, Interactive Brokers, Questrade, and TD Ameritrade. And I have had experience on RBC's platform through another client. I've had a little bit of experience on TradeStation, but probably the 2 best ones are IBKR and TradeStation. TradeStation is more professional. IBKR has some of the best fees and rates, in my opinion. And it depends if you want to be playing options, if you want to be swinging, if you're just looking to buy and hold. A lot of different factors, but hopefully that helps. You're welcome.
it's the southern.
All right, let's look at the SPY because it is trying to push up here. SPY is trying to push up. You're getting a lot of momentum and curling action. Qs have flipped back green. NVIDIA is still under pre-market high, but it has pushed up quite substantially here.
Or I should start angry trading all the time. Oh, God. You know what it is? You're so patient, and then miss it. You're like, oh, why not just start her and send me in? Sharky. Yo, you want me to ask, buddy? Is it moving?
He said that with so much disdain too.
That's because the NQ's all over the place. I'm looking at ES. It's like,
What's IWM?
I do have to, right?
Dude, Sharky.
Yeah, ARM's been fairly quiet today. I mean, there's weakness in the semiconductors. Really, NVIDIA is the only strong horse. You have AMD down, SMCI down. The SOX is negative, SMH is negative. It's really just NVIDIA. So, I mean, if we look at ARM here, let's take a look at ARM. I mean, ARM's still up on the session, 3.99%. It's actually positive, so it's diverging from the rest of the semis. Looks like ARM may want to try to fill this gap again. I think it becomes a short if it does. I still don't think this move in ARM is justified, but again, the market is the market. We're seeing NVIDIA starting to fall just a little bit here. But ARM's still positive. It's up. And it's putting in some consolidation here on the hourly. It needs a little bit more, but it is trying to move up. A couple little bull flag patterns, it appears. SPY still moving up here. You got a big kind of a double top shoulder that is forming. We're still holding our SOX, SOXS long, our NVIDIA put. We also have an Amazon put.
You want mine? 100%. Well, not 100%, like on the dips.
Neogenomics?
No, you want mine. It's the largest miner in the market.
What's the fucking ticker?
Nancy Edward Michael.
Nancy Edward Michael. That's what it was. Sorry. Okay.
But yeah, they dumped yesterday, but they're changing the model. You have to look into the long-term thing.
Yeah, I'll look into it for sure.
I wrote about it in the long-term thing. But the sleeper that could be a quick turnaround could be Okta, OKTA. They report next Wednesday also.
Oh, the daily, like just from a technical perspective, looks pretty healthy. We had that pretty big move up in December, and now we're just consolidating at the highs.
So back to like a month.
What's interesting here, guys, is the markets should rally off of this point. You are seeing the Dixie break down again. but some sell side pressure still coming into the picture. But with the DXY breaking, we should see the markets push higher here. But at this point in time, we're not. Again, the Dixie still could be putting in an hourly inverse head and shoulders, and then there's also a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders. Let me just show you this really quickly here. So 10-minute chart pattern, you could be forming this nice little inverse here. You obviously need to break this neckline. And then, so inside of that mini one, you also have a larger one forming. So you have this larger hourly. You haven't triggered the neckline, so until we trigger that neckline, you really have not made that bullish confirmed break. The S&P is struggling at this little bit of a double top zone. We are seeing NVIDIA starting to sell off a little bit here. Amazon, we're still riding those Amazon 174 puts. Tesla 220 within 2 weeks. You think so, Enrish? I actually think Tesla is going to retest. I personally think Tesla is going to retest the low 170s before it has a bigger push. Look at Amazon breakdown, guys. Those puts are 40 cents away from going in the money. So look at Amazon breakdown. We took it right at this 174.62 zone, and we needed to hit 174, and those puts would be in the money. Let's look at the SPY again. That's still just hovering and consolidating. NVIDIA is looking a little bit heavier here. SPY right back up. So SPY is getting a really big push back up.
Oh my god. Yeah, don't give me the heat one. I burn enough fat like just sitting down. Yeah, same. I think what I was like sweating. It was middle of winter. Give me muscle milk and fucking protein shakes instead. Yeah, that was a mass gainer. That's that's money time. It's just full of shit. Yeah, just I used to freak out. Oh, I bet. Bro, yes. You get so nervous at the gym. Be at the gym or get home, got the nervous. Like 200 grams of protein. Yeah. 8,000 calories. Yeah, right. And if you took like caffeine. You combine that with the caffeine, your stomach just, yeah. Anyways. That's brutal. Don't do leg day for that. For after that. Scallywag. Fate is getting a hold of us. There we go. I took some off the table there. You! There's a nice little wick there. Here's the lower back test pretty much on the SPY target. I just thinking. Oh yeah, it's awesome. Rip Roku. Oh, Roku's ripping. Hello. Funny when people say that because I'm like, is it ripping or is it like rest in peace? Yeah, trailing stocks, all those.
And Q cannot. 5 has no green box. Has to get over that, and then I can see 71, and then over that, maybe like 94.
Sharky, are you still trading?
I just scaled on. This will be my last one.
Sharky's an animal.
I only took 2 trades.
Oh,
And I just.
Going after that news blip. That wig, like I said, opportunity.
Oh, it ripped. Hello.
Jesus.
Too high a day. Said fake news. Fake news. Now. It said center to new highs.
RTY, new high of day. IWM, for those that don't follow RTY.
A little bit more weakness creeping in here. AMD, NVIDIA, SPY getting slightly rejected. Amazon's still selling off pretty hard. So those puts look like they may get in the money at some point in time, especially if the indices keep breaking. You are going to have some support here on Amazon trading at these pivots. This zone here has a fairly decent amount of support on Amazon. Look at the sell-off on Tesla as well, getting rejected back at that critical neckline zone. Let's keep our eye on the SPY. The Qs are just about to go negative again on the session. And again, guys, as soon as Amazon puts get in the money, or if they get in the money, I should say, I will be securing off that 174 level. You can ride it a little bit lower, but I would secure. Especially since the SPY is strong at the moment. Oil's still weak. I'm going to have to step away for a moment, guys, but I'll be back later. So if anything changes, I'll try to type it in the YouTube chat regarding the position. So far, we're just riding our NVIDIA last 25% of our short position. We're just leaving runners on the table off this 813.92. Have a break-even stop loss on the last quarter of the position. Again, we rode it all the way down from 813.92 down to about the 780 zone, so it was a massive gain. Still holding my SOXS. That one I'm going to hold regardless of what the outcome is over the market session. And we're holding Amazon puts as well. So really, and a Boyle. Boyle, again, I'm okay. Unless Boyle hits my target of 1538, I won't be selling. I'll still be holding that overnight. Again, Boyle's only a half position, so there's plenty of maneuverability there. And Amazon puts, we're just rolled profits in. NVIDIA puts, we're just playing with profits. And we're just going to see how things shape up. On that note, I will see you guys in a little bit, but I have to go and check out a rental property. All right, I'll be back, guys. Alright guys, I'm back here in the swing of things. Apologize about the delay there. We've seen NVIDIA, SPY, Qs all selling off here. NVIDIA's the big one that's been causing some pain in this recent little sell-off. Back below pre-market low, that does run the risk we could have a late day flush even lower here. We called out Amazon 174 puts. They've almost gone in the money, about 11 cents away. I'm still riding them down. Still riding an NVIDIA put down as well, which is slightly green right now. And we're seeing things slowly start to weaken here into the end of the close. Still holding that SOXS long from this morning, up 5.43%. And climbing. Let's see if the Qs can break down here. All right, guys, we're continuously seeing the markets bleed into the close here, NVIDIA being the weak spot. Microsoft got a nice 5-minute candle. Same thing with Apple, same thing with Amazon and Google, but it does appear they may want to take things down late into the close. So we'll see if we get a late minute flusher here. I'm seeing the dollar trying to perk back up and close back above 104. That'll be a positive for the dollar markets, but a negative if the dollar actually gets back above there for the markets. We're seeing that SOXS. I'm still holding that SOXS day trade long. This one can be a swing overnight. I am comfortable holding this one overnight, although there are a lot of profits to be taken. We entered all the way down here at 389. So we're up quite substantially on the day trade. Again, I'm prepared to hold this overnight. I am thinking that I may want to hold this overnight just for some extra, or obviously over the weekend, for some extra potential momentum to the upside. It's your kind of risk. You know, we are up nicely on the trade, but I do think that semis are still very, very extended, and we'll see. We'll see if NVIDIA starts to sell off more. Most semiconductors did turn negative on the session. NVIDIA's up about 0.5%. They have a tendency to keep NVIDIA up all day, and then we've seen in recent trading sessions when NVIDIA's been the only bright spot in the market, they end up flushing it into the close just to take it slightly negative. So basically, if NVIDIA pushes all the way back down to this high pivot zone, call it 785.38, NVIDIA will go negative, and they are taking that into the close. Remember, we're riding 770 puts, which we took right around the 791 zone. So we are up on the trade, but again, it's really nothing too crazy. You know, I'll just probably close them for a slight gain at the end of the day if NVIDIA flushes more. We are seeing the Qs break down here. The Qs have triggered this head and shoulders pattern. Here you have this left shoulder. So late weakness on this Friday, and typically Fridays are positive for the market, so it's interesting to see the weakness. But Qs have triggered a head and shoulders. It's clear as day on the 10-minute chart. You tried getting back above the neckline, getting rejected at this point in time, so it does look vulnerable to trading lower. So if this becomes a negative close for the Qs in the next 34 minutes, we could see downside on Monday. We could see more downside on Monday. Look at how they're flushing NVIDIA. AMD down 3, SMCI down 12.2. So they are taking this down into the close, guys. They are taking this down. This is great for our shorts. This is great for our semiconductor long, which is actually just pumping up right now. Now almost near the highs of the session, up about 5.72%. So again, congrats if you took that. Our AMD 175 puts were bangers. Guys, we had a tremendous trading session on the live stream here. If you're able to bank with us, congrats. It's certainly always beautiful to go into the weekend up on those trades. You know, we had massive. Our AMD was our big winner. NVIDIA, we're still holding short shares of 813.92 on this day trade. We already took a bunch of profits on the session, but it is looking likely that we should trend lower here, especially with the Qs breaking down in the final 10 minutes here. So very interesting price action here, as the markets had every rhyme or reason to continue to uptrend with yields, dollar, VIX, oil, natural gas. They had basically, when I start the trading morning, this is a little bit of an educational piece that I will discuss with anyone here listening, but when I start my trading session, okay, my pre-market plan and prep, I look for a few factors. One is oil up or is oil down? When oil is up on the session and trending higher, it puts pressure on the whole S&P 500 complex. So that's one factor, is oil up or down. Another factor, smaller factors, what's natural gas doing? That one's been in a downtrend. It's not as much really important, but the next couple big factors is the dollar up on the session or is it down? Typically when the dollar's up, it's a big headwind for the market. If the dollar's down, it's a tailwind. And then finally, the last two factors I look for are yields up or down? Right now you have yields down across all of the curve, the long and short of the curve. And then finally, is the VIX up or down? VIX is down. So you have basically 4 out of the 4 factors that should help the market are all in favor for the market, say, and the market as a whole is still going down. But the S&P is slightly green, IWM slightly green. It's just really tech. But again, it's a little bit of a character change when you have yields, dollar, VIX, oil all down, and the markets are still seeing some sell side pressure. So I find that super fascinating. My best bet is they're going to take NVIDIA negative into the close. I think they've roped in all this liquidity. They've roped in all this liquidity that we're chasing it up here. And this is the problem with chasing gap ups, is it can leave you exposed. Gap ups are notoriously, they notoriously leave people exposed when they chase them on the long side. And that's what's kind of happening here. You know, if you look at our SOXS position, that is just pumping up to the high side here. Look at this, even a potential little inverted cup and handle formation. You break out of this little cup and handle formation, you have another potential, another 7.5% move to the upside. So hopefully this analysis has helped. Again, we're still seeing NVIDIA weaken here, weakening into the close. Gap fill sits all the way over there. I'm watching, it's only up 0.29% now. They are looking like they want to take it negative. They're looking like they want to take it negative, guys. We are still seeing weakness. Q's definitely confirmed the head and shoulders breakdown. And that puts you into the gap window, which means that as long as you trade in the gap window, you have a shot of coming down to fill the gap all the way at 425.73. So super, super fascinating price action here. You know, you even have this trend line, which you broke. So really, really impressive there. Microsoft coming down now. Apple almost testing the low of day. Microsoft almost coming down to the low of day. Hey, B Investors Future.
You guys able to do that, like from the registration and the driver's license? And they said we can't. Was for about the last 2 years for privacy issues, we can't. So I called the police. They said, I explained the situation. They said, you'll have to come in and do a collision report.
All right, so they're trying to bounce the indices here. Again, I still think that there's a risk of running a flush into NVIDIA back to the negative side. Right now, it's slightly green, but all other mega caps are red. Semiconductors across the board are red, so it's there's a lot of weakness today across the tech space, and it would shock me if NVIDIA stays positive here. I've seen this tactic before. They keep it pretty much green all day, and then the last little hour, they just keep flushing it. So we'll see. Technically, it's still very short-term, minor intraday oversold. It does appear that this head and shoulders that was forming really all day, this massive right shoulder. Look at this. What's funny about this pattern is it was looking so clean. You had your left shoulder, you had your head, and then you just started building this huge right shoulder. Look at that right shoulder. That's insane. And that type of liquidity distribution pattern is what got so many people stuck. Tried chasing it alongside, expecting probably a pop, and now they've flushed it on. All of this liquidity, all this rounding liquidity that was in here has now been trapped, and they're selling into that liquidity. So it's super, super fascinating. I mean, this is a type of pattern that you don't really see too often, but it is notorious. I mean, beautiful left shoulder, a head, looked like you're forming a nice right shoulder that just never wanted to end. And then when it finally broke down and got back below that neckline, they just sold it very hard. Now the downside pattern off of this intraday head and shoulders, technically you broke the neckline right around here. So it should take us to 783. So you could see there's still a little bit more downside potential in NVIDIA. But that's a rounding. That's one of the probably the biggest intraday right shoulders you'll see in a while. And again, the patterns fit, right? Head and shoulders intraday on NVIDIA, head and shoulders intraday on the Qs. Right now, Microsoft's catching a nice bid. S&P is trying to move up off of the lows. If I look on the Qs here, hourly chart, take a look at this little pattern. QQQ has some support down here at this channel. It's close, but it should yield more downside. Michael, hey Michael. Small caps are looking to have their day in the sun next. The Russell needs to hit an all-time high. I don't know about that. Small caps are strong today. They faded from the highs. They are green, but I see small caps running into problems here. I think when you factor in that market, okay, let's just look at the IWM while I chat. So looking at the IWM daily chart here, basically IWM since November, October here, it had this massive rally, right? Why did it have this massive rally? I'll tell you why. Because market participants started pricing in 7 rate cuts in the market in 2024. So the Russell has rallied on the back of 7 rate cuts. And the reason it's so choppy in this range is because we've had inflation data and PPI and CPI data that has really caused the rate cuts to go from 7 cuts this year to 4. So if the Russell's rallied off of 7 rate cuts and now we're only getting at 4, they're one of the more sensitive sectors and indices to interest rates. So if interest rates are now only expecting 3 cuts instead of, or 4 cuts instead of 7, you run the risk of having a valuation, a devaluation in the Russell. And I think that small caps are a little bit of a distributive property here. You have broken out of this downsloping trend line, so as long as you stay above that, you could push higher. But I'm still finding it hard pressed on a fundamental basis to really believe that small caps are going to trend higher, especially since rate expectations, the cut of rate expectations have moved significantly down across the board. And let's just say we get another hot CPI number, then what happens to interest rates and yields? So I'm expecting yields to actually move higher here over the coming weeks, and that should apply pressure to the small caps. Now, granted, to move a 1% withdrawal out of the Qs, if the Qs fall 1% and you had all that liquidity from the Qs, a 1% drop flow into the Russell, it could yield about a 20% pop in the Russell. Now, obviously, in a perfect environment, a straight 1% move out of the Qs doesn't necessarily go right into the Russell, but it definitely could pop the market. You know, people like to chase oversold sectors or sectors that are, or ETFs that are kind of oversold compared to, say, the S&P 500 and Qs. But I'm just finding it hard pressed to see the Russell. I think the fact that you've had the Russell breakout, big sell-off, breakdown, then a big rally trying to break out again, now a big drop. I don't like this distribution pattern. This is telling me investors are not sure, and it's concerning. When investors are not sure, typically price action sells off. But that's what makes a market. Michael, you think small caps are going to go to all-time highs? I don't. I personally don't. So obviously time will only tell us who's right. We both could be right. We could have a big blow-off move to all-time highs and then a huge sell-off and crash. Or we could have a big sell-off first and then a move to all-time highs. But the Russells, I think, are going to be a little bit hard-pressed if interest rates move up. Now, if we have a huge deflationary event that drops yields, sure, in the short term, you might get some algorithmic buying in the Russell. But I do think that we should see lower price action in the Russell. What would change my mind? Okay, let's see. So if we got above this pivot high to this pivot, this trend line, this downsloping trend line, if we got a daily or even a weekly close back above this zone, call it 205, 206, that could confirm a technical daily chart breakout. and I would lean slightly more bullish. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a buy straight away, but with the right pattern, you look for a potential long trade. So that's what would make me bullish if the Russell got above this 205, 205.30 zone and held above there and consolidated bullishly. But the fact that we've had these big moves up, big move down, big move up, big move down, investors really don't know what the heck is going on. They're piling in one day, chasing momentum, and then selling it the next day. I don't like that. I really don't like that from a trading standpoint. Hopefully that helps, Michael. I don't want to deter you from buying. I don't want to deter you from selling. All I can do is share what I'm doing and my opinions. One thing about the Russell is that it has had the opportunity to hold most of its gains since the yields are down, dollars down, VIX is down, but it hasn't been able to do so. It's actually faded off from the highs quite substantially here. Still the best performing indice. I mean, Q's negative, SPY positive, Russell positive, but definitely looking a little bit choppy and sloppy at the zone. You can see a potential head and shoulders, high, higher high, lower high. If you break this neckline, you have a nice hourly chart pattern that could play out on the Russell. That's the reason, money rotation to the Russell. Yeah, I've just heard a lot of talk about that. I've even chatted about that, but it's a little bit more to that, right? It's not a guarantee that people rotate out of tech, they're going to go into the Russell. It's absolutely not a guarantee, because the Russell balance sheets of some of these small cap companies are a lot different to mega cap tech. Mega cap tech, some of them are producing abundance, hordes of cash, profits, whereas a lot of companies in the Russell are actually losing money. There are some outperformers and bright spots, but it's not as simple. If it was as simple as money rotating out of the Qs into the Russell, what I think the most likely scenarios is money rotates out of Qs into other S&P 500 sectors like materials, sectors like staples, sectors like healthcare. I think that's more of the probabilistic outcome. I still think rates are really high for Russell 2000 companies, and that's why they're a little bit finding it trouble to break out of this zone. I think there's a lot of distribution happening in this region. Now, if we look at the Qs basically are trying to get back above this neckline. You are finding resistance at that point. NVIDIA has had a nice move off of the lows, back up 0.75%, so it is still trying to climb higher here. The dollar has gone green on the session. Potential 10-minute and hourly chart bullish patterns are forming on the DXY. It hasn't triggered it, but there's a potential for these patterns. Sorry, my dog's going crazy in the background. He's chasing my kitten around. Alright, so the Q's have had a nice 10-20 minute bounce. We'll see if it can get back above the neckline. NVIDIA's been kind of leading this market higher and lower. As of now, NVIDIA's selling off. Maybe a little bit of a intraday 1 minute inverse head and shoulders pattern, but I've seen this where they like to flush it into the close. The NVIDIA's been green all day. All of the rest of its semiconductor components have been negative. AMD, AVGO, SMCI, Intel, SOX, SMH, Tesla's still negative. All mega caps are negative. The only one holding up is NVIDIA. So can NVIDIA hold up? Hey, Michael. That's awesome. Welcome aboard, Michael. Pleased to have you here. Zealous? Yes, I do trade Bitcoin. Actually, Zealous, my members and I covered a Coinbase short today for about 14.88%. We did just cover a Coinbase short. We shorted it here at the highs, 189.25 entry, and we covered it pretty much at the lows today because we were coming up into our first level support, gap fill, previous breakdown pivot, huge red bar reversal, lots of liquidity sitting here. Hey Michael, I'm just figuring some logistics out here, but I'm gonna send you my email. Just trying to figure something out here. Just bear with me, Michael. Hey, Zealous. Yeah, so I mean, Bitcoin is volatile. The whole crypto market is volatile. I do trade it, though. I do trade Bitcoin. You have to trade Bitcoin. It's a good indication for the environment where liquidity is flowing. Right now, you have a ton of liquidity in the market. Bitcoin's at 51,000. Huge push in the queues. Amazon getting a nice pump into the close. Meta, Apple, Microsoft. Tesla's still weak. It's dragging its ass. Tesla's been weak all day, down 2.82%, underperforming all mega caps and underperforming the Q and the S&P. That seems to be the trend in Tesla's stock price. Underperformance, underperformance, underperformance. But we just got a big rally into the close there on the Qs, a nice 10, 20, 30-minute push. NVIDIA trying to break out. Can you do BTC? Of course I can. I like to save some stuff for my members, but I'll touch base on Bitcoin since you're here in the live stream. Let's do Bitcoin. So I'll pull up Bitcoin here on the Q chart. So we're looking at the BTC USDT chart. I'm going to go to the 10 or the daily chart. That's where I like to do my analysis. Basically, Bitcoin had that big breakdown here, lost the wedge pattern, recaptured the wedge, broke out of the wedge pattern. Now it appears you're putting in some bullish consolidation. The only thing I'll caution you is this could be a distributive pattern. The positive for BTC is you got a weekly close above this topping tail. So I'm looking for a secondary confirmed candle above this high wick. If you can get another weekly close higher above this 52.758 level, Bitcoin is probably going to rip. Now, it is long in the tooth. You have a lot of negative divergences on the weekly and daily time frames. You're still at a big resistance level. So this is your parallel channel. Let me just erase this. This is your parallel channel where Bitcoin made a high pivot, low pivot, low pivot. Your big breakdown zone, capitulation, washout. You're back into this vicinity. You're now above this resistance and trying to build a base. So this pattern needs more weekly consolidation. I would like to see another 1 to 2 weeks of sideways chopping for Bitcoin, and then you could potentially play a move higher. However, Bitcoin, I still think it's going to retrace back to about 42,000 and then 38,000 before it has the bigger move to the high side. I'm bullish Bitcoin long term. Just in the short term here, I think Bitcoin is a little bit extended. You know, you're overbought on the daily, you're overbought on the weekly. You have bearish divergences across all of the daily and weekly time frames. Look at this RSI divergence. High, lower high, lower high, but you've actually made high, higher high, higher high, higher high. So that's a bearish divergence on the RSI time frame, the daily chart, also super extended on the weekly chart. Remember when we started to curl over on the weekly chart from this high zone over here, you ended up getting a nice push and then a big reversal. Bitcoin right now is into a big resistance wall here at this 51,000. You can see there was 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of massive consolidation before you had your bigger breakdown to the downside. So as of now, I think bullish if you can maintain above this previous wick high pivot. If you consolidate above this high pivot reversal candle, then Bitcoin remains bullish and you could see another move up. How do you become a member? There's a few different ways. There's some small perks on YouTube where you can become a member, but the best way to get access to my trades, to get access to my daily analysis videos, to get access to my weekly sector reviews, all my insights, the direct live Telegram group. Basically, I'll put the website here. It's tradingcapital.ca. It's tradingcapital.ca. I should have it here on this NVIDIA chart. Here it is. On this lower boundary, you'll find my website, tradingcapital.ca. That's where you can get my membership options, and we'd love to have you on board. Continuing to grow. Again, we've taken quite a bit of winners this week. We took even a nice winner today. We took huge profits on Boyle and KOLD before the big sell-off. But there's a lot of opportunities moving forward here. A lot of opportunities. But we'd be pleased to have you. Definitely check out my website at tradingcapital.ca. That's where the best membership options are. You can become a little bit of a Trading Capital sponsor through YouTube here, where you'll get access to me answering your questions first, some other insights, few different options on YouTube, but the best one is through my website, tradingcapital.ca. If you have any questions, I mean, now's the time to ask. We have about 2 minutes left until the close. My membership, basically, I track insider buying and selling. I do weekly sector reviews to try to see where capital is likely rotating, but we trade anything. Anything with volume and liquidity, we will trade it. NVIDIA appears to have had a little bit of a failed breakout here on the 1 minute chart, so that means we could see weakness into Monday. Still slightly green on the session, up about 0.57%, but it has drastically faded from the highs. You know, you take a look at this topping tail on NVIDIA. Actually, my chart is really messy right now. I have a lot of intraday lines, so I'm just going to erase a few things here. Since we're coming into the close, let's erase some of these trend lines just to clean it up so we can see that daily candle formation. But take a look at that. That's definitely a distributive candle, showing that NVIDIA might be running out. Also another big divergence on NVIDIA, making higher highs, but closing with lower lows on the RSI. 30 seconds left in the trading session, guys. Will NVIDIA close positive, or will they do a last-ditch flush? They're flushing the S&P. They're trying to pump Amazon, Google, Microsoft. They flushed Apple. Apple made almost a new low, wicked it up now. But they are trying to push NVIDIA down here into the close. Same thing with the Qs. Look at the Qs back below that neckline. All right, guys, that's the market session. Thank you all for tuning in. I just want to say thank you very much for the wonderful, wonderful trading. Thank you for the new members that joined up today. Michael, appreciate that. Michael, the Telegram group is only accessible through my website, tradingcapital.ca. That's where I have my VIP trading membership. Basically, it's still a tier or two up from what you joined. You just have access to me personally speaking on the streams. You can change your membership if you want. I highly encourage you to at least check out the website, tradingcapital.ca, to see the different membership models, what's included, the perks. And but at the moment, I mean, you're still going to gain a lot of alpha from these streams, Michael. You're going to be here to listen to me, watch me live. And the more you watch, the more you listen, the better you will be at seeing if I resonate with you. You know, often you'll find someone that resonates with you, and if they do, great. But it's okay to not like how I trade. You know, I try to encourage people to not just join for the sake of joining, but join to learn, join to try to strip away what I do in the market, because there's many different ways to make money in this market, and my trading style may not resonate with you. It may. And there comes a point where you may feel that you need to branch out and go somewhere else. That's okay too. You have to learn in this business. Don't be bound by one single person. Don't think one single trader knows it all. Don't think I know it all. Don't think someone else knows it all, because we don't. We're all wrong. We're all right. But it's just a matter of position management and staying on the right side of this website. But always, thank you guys. What's my win percentage, big dog? Well, I'll count up. Here, let me see if I can show you the back end, okay? Let me just open up the back end of my positions. So I'll show you the trade history for 2024. Just bear with me. Okay, so I'm going to switch streams right here, and this is for you, Zealous. I'm just going to switch screens. Just bear with me. And I'm going to put on my trade history. So can you see that okay? Can everybody see that okay? So this is the 2024, all of the trades, wins and losses that we've taken. This does not include day trades though. This is just swing trades. So here we have the profit and loss, basically since January 1st, 2024. These are all. So there's a loss of 2.8, loss of 8.2, win, 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 loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, 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 win. And there's a few that I haven't updated yet. A few that we haven't updated. Again, this doesn't include, like, for instance, the AMD put that we took today, the SPY put, the NVIDIA day trade short that we took today. So it doesn't include a lot of the day trades, which obviously you guys gain access to here. But that's just a little bit of a back end of all the trades that we have taken. So you can see a lot of different positions in crypto, Mara, coin, Tesla, everything, so on and so forth. So hopefully that helps. But definitely check out. If you guys have any other questions, be sure to send them my way. On that note, the market is closed. Basically, we had the QQQ closed down by 0.3%. You did have, sorry, I'm just trying to find my previous chart. I lost my previous chart. Anyways, you did have the QQQ closed down by 0.3. SPY just slightly green, up by 0.6, but it did see a harsh sell-off into the close. SPY is actually negative in the after-hours print right now. Dollar ended slightly green on the session. VIX down, yields down, oil down, nat gas down, Bitcoin down, every mega cap down except for NVIDIA. NVIDIA did pull in from the highs. It was up over 4%. We traded it from the short side, but it reached a high of all the way 824 and is closing below 800. So I think the fact that NVIDIA closed below the psychological whole number of 800 tells you that we're in a distribution phase. But on that note, thank you all. Stay tuned for more analysis if you're a member. I will have a lot of different information over the weekend. Sector review, position updates, daily analysis video. It's all here to come. Take care, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and congrats on the day trades that we won today. Thank you all.